All right. Where are my other ones? How's everybody doing? Oh, I just saw that. I can switch it back if you want. Heck are the other bushings I need? They should be right there. This is what happens when I get distracted when I'm supposed to be out getting stuff set up and ready. Give me 1 second. You guys didn't have these girls looking for their specific bushings. This is all different pen bushings too, and even more. I'd like to get one big container for all of them, but I can't find anything with small enough dividers. that has enough. Executive, the Slimline ADC, Deluxe Sketch Pencil, we're gonna need those. 8mm Twist, Commander, that's a fun pen to make. Diva Churn, don't have any of those. I got one Princess left. I don't think 99% sure I didn't drill out any Broadwell. Those are really pretty pens. They got actual gold filigree in them. Do I not have any Vertex in here? Don't tell me they got mixed up. Clarion, those are cool pens. I don't think I have any more out here. I want to get some more of those. It's a fountain pen with a clear body so you can actually see the ink. They're cool for something different. Tismo, Revolver. Okay. Medical PK. I don't know what the PK stands for. 57A. No, plastic rollerball. More fountain. I can take some more of those ones too. Alright, well. If the bag is right, that should be for this. Come on. Alright. Oh, that's locked in there. Sorry folks, I didn't realize I pulled these out of the bag. Haha, I eyeballed it. We got more of these, but I don't know where the heck they go to. Didn't get lucky with that. Sweet. Alright, I got two that I was able to eyeball it. Means I think this might be. That's too small. That's too big. I literally have no idea. Alright, well then we can grab these. And we should be able to get a second one of these on here, I think. Yeah. Alright, as soon as I get these fed on, I'll switch that music over, and then we shall go. Alright, that's ready. Let's get this thing warming up because it is a little nippy today. Right, we're gonna risk a little bit of echo for a sec. We're gonna risk a little bit of right. That right there, just above you guys, is actually where I check my audio now, because I finally have a way to have a tablet where I can see what the heck is going on. That way, if there's anything wrong with the stream, I catch it a little bit quicker. Oh. Alright. Put this back in the water. Hey. It's got a little wobble on it. Should be alright though. Considering this thing made me bleed earlier this week. We're not going to discuss how I did it though. I was dumb. Happy birthday, Caitlin. Who's Caitlin again? Yeah, all the affection's kind of freaking me out lately. All I'm thinking about, I'm getting excited. Here in the near future, I get to bust this case out. We're not doing nothing with it today, but that is so exciting. If you can't tell, I've barely ever used it. And because I know I got somebody that wants some custom work done, that's step one of what you want done. Part of step one. Here's the other part. I'm just grabbing these while I'm thinking about it. And then the short mandrel, just like that, except it goes in there. Not only works in, whereas I think it's right in there. I got a couple other piece of parts in there, but I'll dig through it later. I opened it. You already saw it. The tool I've used, I think, one other time. There. Fun fact, that's holly. It's a naturally just that pure white look to the wood. That's how they look before they start. It's also what they made Harry Potter's wand out of. Just a fun random fact about the wood. There were some more of these salmon, but some more I have left. The last one I got in that stash next to me, I know that. Woo. Who loves standing time? I do. Actually, there's something strange and satisfying about doing this for the record. Whoops. Might have been picking on a cat with this spray bottle before I came out. Alright. Gonna give that a second to dry out. That's fine. it goes up good, I'm going to try to stick the wood at least for a little bit. There, that's all dry. No, it hasn't, because when it gets this deep, I generally won't do anything that involves fire. And that's one of the things I want to actually work on this summer, is getting better dust collection on the lathe. Probably won't be able to run it during live stream for the simple fact that you won't be able to hear anything, but it's actually just behind where you guys are, where I'm pointing right there, is actually a small dust collector, and then I've got a bigger one that's coming as soon as I can get out here and reorganize the shop, which I'm going to see if a couple buddies might be willing to help me out once the weather breaks, to pull everything outside. I'm debating if I want to move where I keep my lathe, but this is actually, from everything I've tried with it position-wise, it would either have to be where it's at now or back in the far corner back that way. But that's all up in the air at the moment. Yeah. Last sanding pad now. How's all our newcomers doing? The more you guys talk, the more interactive I get to be. So if you got questions, comments, concerns, throw them out. Alright. Let's get some Yorkshire grit on here, then we'll get our Pens Plus like we normally do. Yorkshire grit is just this paste. It's it's like a super fine sanding. It's kind of like a buffing compound. It's got like a fine grit encased in a type of wax. It's really nice stuff. I hope this weather keeps up. I would love to be able to open this barn up and blow everything out. Alright, now we got our Pens Plus. This is basically beeswax, carnauba wax. I think there's something else mixed in with it. I don't have the original bottle out here. I like them in these ketchup bottles better. And anybody that's with the OSHA police, I know my labeling on my bottles stinks. I just got some better stuff to use in the house the other day, so I'm going to be updating all of my stuff like with that here in the very near future, because I do try to set a good example. All right, we'll put a nice heavy coat of this on at first. Usually do a few coats of this. Yeah. We got that, and we're going to pop this back to the right direction. Crank the speed up. And before I set this wax, I'm going to put a top coat of some beeswax on it. Alright, now we're just setting up that beeswax. And there we go. These are for the newest line of pens that I'm putting out too, by the way. I've had a lot of people make fun of me for my obsession with these little bins, but I love them for different pen parts. And I just realized I misspoke. There we go. We're not going to be sticking to just, you know what? I got one other one I need to get on here. So I need my pushing tag bag. Alright. I've got one bolt action we're going to be making that I'm hoping to, or that will be up for sale once I start doing shows again. If you guys didn't know, I usually take a couple months off for spring shows and I don't get along very well. I don't like going to them if I don't think I'm going to make money. And this is a mini bolt action. Which will have the I appreciate how they package these, but they're also a pain to open. But it'll be brass with, I believe that's ebony. No, that's African blackwood, that's ebony. So it'll just have a black core, like that, bullet tip. So, you know, actually, what I should do for these, because these are all the different parts for them, I'm not going to take the time to break down all these packs, but just so I don't forget what each type is, I try to throw an instruction booklet in there, since the kits I buy generally come with the instructions on every single one. Just another way to make sure you don't mess up. Look, it's powdered wood. I almost got the salmon. By the way, if you guys didn't know, there's actually a pretty substantial time lag on here. So, but sometimes if I type something, it might take a minute to get your reply. I think next time stream I might only do some crosscut, create some blanks, see if I can get him in here. I gotta put a note on this real quick. Yeah, I found some hard ultra gloss. I've been looking for those. I'll be using that in a few minutes. Not for wood, for plastics and resins. Alright. Here's one done. Alright. I really don't like this wobble. It's only getting worse. Makes me wonder something. and that ain't gonna work. Crank this down. Sorry, folks. This is. Last time I checked this, it said it was like 3 thou out. I don't think it's a lot more than 3 thousandths out now. And if it is, it's time to replace the mandrel. I'm going to try to do this in such a way you guys can see it, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull it off. Magnet on. You guys have never seen one of these. This is called an indicator. It's what you use to check and see if something, how far at a square something's running. I don't know why this thing's fighting with me all of a sudden. Here we go, we'll take that off. Just gonna crank this bad boy down. Because this screw is letting everything else move, and if everything else is moving, you're never gonna get an accurate reading. Stupid resin. All right. All right, we're just gonna lock that down, slide this over here. Raise this up a hair. Setting these up can be a bit of a pain, but once you get them up, they're good. All right. Cool, you guys actually have a pretty decent angle. So you can either zero it out like this, and then I'm just gonna manually spin my lathe. That's a 6,000 deviation. Yeah, we're 7 thousandths out. That's why I'm getting some issues through there. All right, so for this one, we're good because all I've left to do is sand it. And it's not bad enough to where I would actually not be able to sell these with, because I am very picky about my quality. So as soon as we're done, I'm gonna have to retire this mandrel. So you guys get to see all this done live. Woohoo! It's really not that exciting. But I'm trying to make it sound exciting, so woo! Alright, that's the last pin this mandrel's going to turn. Yeah, it's 400. It's 800. And 1,000. Let that go. And while that's drying, we're going to grab this. Pull it apart. Pull everything out. Pop it back together. I do sometimes hang on to these because I don't know. And then I've got going over that. And you just break up this piece of cardboard, paper, whatever the heck it's supposed to be. If you have a knife, you can just cut it. It's also why I almost never have to buy 7mm drill bits, because one, in pen making, one of the most common sizes you use, this just fell out. This is a brand new 7mm drill bit. I'll drop that in there. And here's a brand new mandrel that's never been used. Rip that open. This is why I always try to keep at least one back, because I still have one more that's brand new that's sitting in my house. I usually get about 3 to 4 months out of one. So I think I got 6 out of this one. Just one of those things that I hate having to buy more, but it's part of doing it. So and don't get me wrong, if I was just working here, it's more than capable of continuing to do one. But when I want to do multiple pens to get them out quick, because we got a bunch. Because I have a bunch of the shorter ones I'm getting ready to do. These guys, I can put 3 of these on in a single run. That way, it takes 2 per pen, and that way I can do 2, and I'll do like. So I'll do like 2 Verawood and an Acacia. And when I've got a bunch of Acacia, I'll mix it in with like a Paduke or a Purple Heart or something like that. That way, nothing gets too mixed up. So, that almost went in my recycle bin. You know, I never did share this anywhere else. I don't know. Still got a little more drying left. Almost there. I'm trying, folks. For those of you just joining us, we just realized I have a bad mandrel, which is this whole unit on here. That I don't know if the camera picks it up, but there is a wobble right there in the middle. It's like, it was coming out about almost 10 thousandths. And 10 thou is where I cut them off. Because much more than that, you can actually start to see it in the pen. So they can have all the wobble they want when you're applying finishes and stuff, but this is just a little bit of Yorkshire grit. It gives a nice base layer to work with. And gives you a nice initial shine on your wood. And this is African Blackwood and Ebony. Now we're going to slow this thing down. And then this is some Pens Plus. It's a bunch of different types of wax, all suspended in alcohol. Really nice stuff. I repeat this all the time, but I don't know if anybody new is watching. All right. Yeah. Chat, you're really quiet today. I was hoping for more interactions. Even if it's just making fun. Get fun. Oh no. There it goes. Alright. Alright. That one's good to go. Alright, let's get rid of this thing. We get that. Lock that down. All right. She was good while she lasted. I really should write down the dates when I switch these out. Hang on to that temporarily just in case there's any other issues. Not that I've ever had one with this particular. What actually no. Alright. We're gonna just extra half of that. The joys of having to make sure everything's nice and clean, because that did not seat very well in the last one. I don't know if you guys can see how this thing's twitching, but and yeah, I know. I don't know. There. We got all that. Sorry, I thought I was in frame, but apparently I wasn't. They always give you a few extra bushings so you can move stuff around. I usually leave one on the end, but I'm going to throw a second one on just to try it. Yeah, we should be able to fit that on there. Alright. These ones, this is actually going to be a sketch pencil, and I can also turn into a pen. That side has threads, so you got to make sure to put the one with the long neck in there to make sure they stay protected. Ooh! That ain't gonna work. I got nowhere for that to sit. One at a time. I could have swore I just saw my phone give me some notification of something. Oh, it was Instagram. Nobody cares about Instagram right now. Alright. Yeah. We're gonna pull our wood seam out. Peter's almost got a clear fence, so I'm gonna cut that over seam. We need some dihydrogen oxide. Yeah, I need to get eyes on this to see how rough it is. Hey, I got it. All right. I'm going to need to reconnect to my microphone, so take that down. Is it working? I'm going to need to reconnect to my microphone, so sorry for the echo, folks. Turning it down now. All right, I just got to get this camera back. Sweet. There we go. That was scary. All right, one last mic check, and then we're good to go. That was scary. Mic check. All right, one last mic check, and then we're good to go. We're good. All right. There. You guys, my migraine's coming back. I've been dealing with one off and on all day. It's starting to really hurt too. Alright. Alright. Alright, this white paste is Yorkshire Grits Microfine formulation. It's really good for plastics, acrylics, resins, stuff like that. I don't use it on wood because I don't think it doesn't add enough to where it's overly noticeable. Bottle of this stuff too. Oh, wait, I think I have another one. The stuff I really want to try is this one stuff. I got it for free, included in an order with some pens from last year that I bought. You know what? Let's try it today. If it doesn't work that well, I still got my hook. Off to the right side. That way when I go, where'd I put it? Everybody can go right side, dummy. I can go, thank you. Oh, that's different. Just a dinky little hole. And admittingly, you shouldn't need too much, so. Doesn't smell too good, I'll tell you that. Alright, we're just going to set this right here. I gotta say, that stuff does about as good. For my money, I'd rather deal with the hut though, because it doesn't smell funky. All right, last one of this style, and then we can get these bushings off and get to the pencils. Now we're gonna do 2 fountain pens first. Let this one break. Hoping this Mountain Dew will kick this migraine. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. You know what? I'm gonna switch to paint for a painter on too. I can bring it up. Bring it over here. Totally better. I gotta be careful lifting with one hand right now, so enjoy cutting from that really awkward place. Where did I make that wrench? Oh, there it is. All right. Technically, I can just put a hoodie or something on and keep going, but the only hoodie I can find is one of the nice ones that I don't like to wear out here, so everything else is dirty right now and in the middle of getting washed, so I didn't find that to start off very well, so we're running some light heat. And we're instead of propane too, so I'm looking at 5-inch tanks. 6 of these tanks. It's going to be another project we do this summer too. I want to get a shelving system to hold all these kittens. Yeah. That, if I do what I'm wanting to try to get into, I'm going to need more propane anyway. Here we go. We're also getting ready to get into the sewing stuff. And the next batch I start drilling out, that is. This is also one that when I turned it up on, I think it's the same purple as I have on one of the pens I just recently did. If it's the one I'm thinking it is, we're going to be buying a bunch more of these blanks because they are absolutely beautiful. All right. What is going on? What is that? You guys seeing this, or am I going crazy? It'd probably help if I wasn't grabbing the other side. And yeah, that's definitely the blank I thought it was. That means I need to order some more of these. This up a little bit. That's all buffed up and pretty, and wow. Guys, if you like purple, those are the blanks to pick. Oh, that's what I have in there. In case I need to drill any more. That's all the more of the 7mm pens until I glue up some more with 1/4-20 nuts that I'm allowed to make. Let's should be. Yep. That gives me enough to fight on there with. Should be all this. It's not the right bag. Where the heck did my bushing bag go for these? Vertex bushings. Alright. I can't find the right bag for these bushings, and these are the only two I have of this style today, actually left. So I just wrote the name of it on there because if I handwrite something on a package, it overwrites whatever it says is on there. It's one nice thing about working in a shop by yourself. You can make your own rules. Oh, I have Excedrin out here. Oh, I might be taking that in a few minutes. And if you guys have not seen this dyed stabilized green maple, it is amazing. You guys an idea what it's gonna look like? That's what the finish looks like. I need to do a little work on this thing real quick. Almost there. Smoking. Okay, it's steam. Whatever. Do the rest of the spew. Spew time. There. Yeah, I think we got a little more life left in this one. Otherwise, we're going to have to change this insert out. And I really don't want to change it out. All right, cool. I just looked up and my screen stopped. I was like, what the heck? All right, I am going to have to switch this insert out. It's not cutting very well at all. So, you guys have to give me a moment. Before we do that, you always give it a little dip, spritz of oil or something. Because when you crank the set screw in there to hold it in, that oil keeps seizing up in there. Because when you heat it up, cool it off, heat it up, cool it off, just from general use, it will lock up. I've had, I think it was 2 total lock up on me in the 5-ish years I've been running the lathe, and I've managed to get lucky pulling it apart. Granted, I also know a few tricks to be able to get a, or to try to get something on there. Are you serious? I don't have any more CIs of rope. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. I don't have it. That's really weird. I could have swore I had 2 more. Okay, well, I might just be down a tool line. Because that thing is cutting worth. Like. So what you just heard follows a planer blade, which is why I didn't even try to catch it. If I can cut enough for 1 week. I got some green epoxy or green mica powder for epoxy out here. I don't know why it's out here. I don't do any doesn't work outside ever. Okay, yeah, I think I have more of those inserts. That's awesome. Well, I know what I need to grab Friday. Let's go with the next size down. Do I have replacements with this side? I don't get the shopping this together. Sorry, guys. CA3 negative break. It says here a negative break. Okay. very fun break. So, all right. Oh, hopefully this will stay sharp. We're gonna find out right now. Oh, let's get these sanded up. I probably have like 3 of them out here somewhere. All right. That is going to be beautiful. You guys might have to fight me for that one. If you're watching this on replay and you want it, make sure you comment. Don't steal my pen. Love that green. All right. Here's that. That's a little bit of Yorkshire grit. It's a really, really, really nice base layer for pens. At least in my experience, it helps buff anything up. And you can also, if you think of it, burnish it. Usually I use my other hand doing this, but I got a cut on that thanks to this machine the other day. I was way too tired to be out here, wasn't thinking straight, and put a drill bit in my hand. Felt great. Because instead of doing it the way I normally do, I had a drill on this end. Don't do that. It's not smart. But I was like, hey, I only need to put one hole in it. It'll be fine. Ow. It's about how it goes. Oh, wrong way. That looks a little better. Here we go. Alright, this one is gunmetal, which we're going to put with the green. And again, if you guys want that green blank, make sure you tell me. Don't steal my green blank. Don't steal my green pen in the comments. Because otherwise it might somehow randomly end up in my pocket. I don't know how that would happen. Alright, that's those. Yes, there. Alright, we keep going with the wood. We got 2 more pencils to do that are wood. Then we're going to go over to plastic. And when I say 2 more, don't think I'm anywhere close to done. I've got 29 mini pens and 5 more of a different style that's I've actually never done on the channel before. I'm tired of looking at them, so we're making them up to hopefully sell them and get rid of them. All right. Secure on. You time. We're just going to do something completely blanked out. Okay. I wanted to fill these up real quick just so you guys know that's actually to give you a little bit more grip when you're using it. And that'll be one of our pencils. Oh, they're all chrome. Don't matter what goes in which. Actually, I think I might still be using that. Yeah, let me see if I can grab anything that I need real quick. I think I know where I got it. There. I don't actually have a pen press out here, but this way you guys can't see it and show you how I put this stuff together. These pencils are super simple. You just line that up, and even as something as little as this dinky little $2 squeeze clamp from Harbor Freight can actually seat this when I don't have what I actually need. Clamps actually are very effective, but I do prefer pen presses. And then you just pull this out of the bag. And now for the most complicated part of the whole process. Put this through here, push it in, twist it in, and then you got your 5.6 millimeter lead, or if you so choose, if you'd rather run it as a pen, so you can pull the lead up, put that in there, and then you also have a pen. I do pay a little extra to make sure I get the pens with them. So if you want the pen option, it's like an extra $3, but I time most people don't mind it, because if you only want the pencil, then you can save a couple bucks. And if you want both, then yeah. Here, I'm just gonna throw these pieces of parts in this one a little bit so I can just throw the rest of them straight in there. So I'm going to try to get everything we make out here today assembled tonight. So we got one more piece of wood, then 2 more resin blanks, and then we're going to go to a different style. And as always, make sure you find your threads, because that's this long neck bushing goes in there to protect those. Pop that in, lock that down, crank it tight. And here we go. Well, that one's gonna get now we're just going to break the rest of it off. All right, that should be good. Never have breaking. That's what I always try to pull off, so that way I can just reuse the tube. Lord, I hope I didn't break that thing. Sometimes they get to where I have to replace them, and I don't want to have to pay to replace a tube. These ones are expensive. And we got our watermelon trays. By the way, this blank has been discontinued. I have 12 left. And then I don't know if I'll ever be able to get them again. And my neighbor chickens are squawking up a storm now. That's what I needed to do. And that's where my sanding pads are. I'm starting to get a little tired. Wow, I haven't had all of these lights kick on in a while. That's been nuts. Just so you guys know, my goal is 5 more after these, so 6 more total. And I'm gonna have to look up some info for one of them over there. What questions they take. Pushing's 55A. Yeah, 55A. I got 4 of them, I can do 2 at a time. Buffy, buff, 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 buff. And there was one. For those of you just joining, this is not the last one we're doing. Just the last pencil blank kit thingamajiggy that I have ready. Then we got 5 more of a different style that I'm gonna have to go grab bushings for. And we're good to go. And if you weren't here for the beginning, people made fun of me for loving these little bins, but they're great for finished pens that are ready for assembly. Wait a second, I got one more of those to put in there. What am I sealing that up for? I'm losing my mind, slowly but surely. All right, let's see if we got two sets of 55 inches. One of them. Three. Kids. Here's the other pen I was looking for. There's medical. It's 57A. Medical Prestismo 19A. I think that's for cigars. This one I keep needing to do but haven't done yet. A pull stick Q pen. Okay. If I do, it's not in the three places they should be, so we are going to roll with one step. all that, and I found the other set I was looking for. I see my ring bushings that I was going to need here in the near future. We're going to pull one of these off because I'm pretty sure I'm going to have enough room for both if I leave it on. Throw that on, throw this on. Yeah, they're all the same. Put that on, pop that on, and that. I don't think those are the right bushings. Maybe they're right unidentified. Check another side. Those are what's on here. Sometimes if I have them together like that, yeah, I think they're 53s, not 55s. Yep, they are. Dang! I was really hoping. Oh well. Still got enough to do. It's just going to take a bit longer. How are we doing? We're done buffing this out and polishing everything up. We got 4 more. Any questions, comments, concerns, feel free to throw them out because I'm in the mood to chit chat. Otherwise, I'm just going to be doing my thing. That's how I feel too, man. Lonely. Alright. I got hot. But no. I'm also just kind of lost some thought at the moment. I'm trying to figure out some new things to start making for shows and stuff. Got a couple kitchen ideas. Got a couple other things I'm on videos on, but never actually made yet. I need to start doing. Don't know where to start. That's the thing. I don't know where to start because these couple ideas I already have plans for, and 3 of them are behind me that are already started. Like for local places, I might do a couple grill carts because I've had an idea in my head on how to make one for a while and just haven't done it. Which, once I get the shop reorganized, it's one of the first things I'm making because I've already got a fair bit invested in making it. Also got some evil ideas for challenges like what can I make with one 2x4? Then again, I have plans for a 2x4x8 foot that I can make a few things with. Just to show what you can do with one. Especially if you're just starting off and only have a table saw. By the way, when I'm spraying it with water, all that does is help cool them off, or the strings off, so I can actually just break them off. Otherwise, they get really springy. I think it's getting a little hot. Definitely tell that was a smooth cut. Now we buff out all the little ridges. There. Woo-hoo. After this, we only got one more acrylic. I think next week we might actually do bowls. I might not even put it. I don't know. Definitely need some more, and I'd like to thin out what I got behind me. I got some ideas for some other types of cheese slices, though. Sorry, my mind is going about 100 miles an hour right now. All right. All right. One more resin. 2 wood. I don't even know if I can get more of this style of pen. Haven't bought from this company in years. It's all good, Sid. I've only got 2 more pens after this, and I'm calling it because it's 5 o'clock tonight. That's what resin's good for, man. Ooh. Rub it in, man. It's, what is it? Always be nice and switch to Celsius for you. It's 8 degrees where I live right now. And that's 8 degrees Celsius, it's 40 Fahrenheit. Oh, that's excellent. Yeah. Dang. Quarter after 5 where I'm at. PM. And seriously, if you guys never use Strauss Cut Creations pen blanks, buy them. They make a mess, but they cut like butter. Oh. Yeah, when I actually have all the sawdust cleaned up, I've been known to actually take some of this and recast it into my own pen blanks sometimes. It's something I want to start doing more of. One of the YouTubers that actually got me into lathe and resin work, he took a bunch of his shavings, cast it into another blank, made a little pot with a lid on top, and when he put it up for sale like 7 or 8 years ago, I think it was, I actually was able to, I had just gotten paid and was like, that's mine, and it's sitting in my house right now. And every time he goes live or puts a video out, it's just like, sweet, I have something you made. Always makes me happy. That's what I'm looking for. One second, my heart's in the way. This model is called a Galatia from Korea Hardwoods. I don't know if they're available anymore, but they're actually kind of nifty. It was one of the first models I started making when I first started doing this. And the last couple months, my job's significantly cut our hours, so I'm digging into old kits that I have and stuff that I've been needing to do and just never got to, because I've got the wood to make blanks if I need to, and I don't want to stop, so I figure I'll make up what I've got grab anything I absolutely have to have, I'll buy. And then this past weekend's the first weekend we've actually been authorized for overtime, even though I didn't think we were allowed to get 40 hours. So now it's like great. I had to work a whole weekend day and got like 2 or 3 hours OT. But yeah. They're good. They're good. I prefer PSI, but I bought these before I knew, or before I understood the difference. I manage like PSI though, because they're usually, I can get this one kit from PSI. I can get the same thing from, one kit from Berea I can get from PSI, and it's about a $4 difference in overall price, because PSI is just less expensive for the exact same thing. So I'm like, yeah, I'll grab the one that's less expensive, because I don't like saying cheap about anything I make, because then I can pass that savings on to customers. And then I found if you buy large quantities at Penn State, the more you buy, the more of a discount you get. When I can afford to, I try to get 100 at a time with the pens that I know sell fairly well, because I get the lowest cost per kit that way. And then you have other ones like the credit card pen that I haven't put any on the lathe today, but I got a bunch of blanks cut, so give me 1 second. But these credit card pen kits, they're literally, what, 1.5 inches long per half. It's about the size of a credit card that's why they call them that, because it's about the size or length of a credit card. They're like a couple bucks a piece. So if I need like $10 more or something for free shipping, I just throw a couple of those in. I could definitely get that. I didn't realize you were at Australia. I got family getting ready to go there at the end of the month. If I could afford that trip, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I've always wanted to see it play. Plus, there's a few YouTubers, if I was to go there, I'd try to have a chance to meet up with. Now I know you're there, you'd be one. Just because I like going, getting ideas from other people and seeing. I love the idea of being able to collaborate. Because I'm sure you're familiar with Ben's works. I actually have 2 of the eggs he makes sitting in my house too. Because he was another one that got me he got me more into the resin work. And Nick Zametti was 100% who got me into a lathe and a little piqued my interest in resin. Though when I saw Ben doing it and it wasn't as crazy, it was like, if that crazy Brick can do it, meaning Zametti, I can do this. Then I lost the job due to the pandemic in 21. Used a severance check to get my first lathe, and here we are. It'll be 6 years of me having taught myself how to do this, because other than my gouges, because I did take a class on how to use these, mainly because they scared me, I'm actually completely self-taught on this thing. A lot of people make fun of me when I make mistakes, but it's, you know what? I didn't know anyone locally that would teach me anything. So I have to look into him. I don't believe I might have heard the name. because I'm always interested in learning more about everything. I know I have no bloody names into that kind of thing too. He's like me, always trying to learn. Since I actually know who that is in real life. But I won't give away his identity because he's Batman. Whoops. Sorry, Batman. Oh, absolutely. So my granddad always told me, if you don't make at least one mistake every so, you're not making at least a few mistakes every so often, you ain't working. I mean, heck, I had one of my pencils blow up in my face on this stream a couple hours ago. I got hot. I'm definitely going to look into his books. No, I do the same thing when I make mistakes in videos. I mean, yeah, I do have one agree. I mean, I could easily fix this, but I like to keep examples of when I make mistakes because I ain't perfect. That's part of what I do is, hey, anybody can do this. You just got to be willing to accept when you make a mistake and understand it's not the end of the world. And even if you know, yeah. So if you can't tell, I'm also dealing with the start of a migraine. That's why I keep getting a little distracted. But no, man. It always stinks when you mess something up, but I mean, like I've seen people get upset because they break a piece of something like African blackwood or ebony. I'm like, I get a 10-pack of ebony for like $18. If you're going to be that upset about breaking a $2 piece, I don't, maybe making it for you. And if you cost more than that, maybe you need to find a different supplier. Because I found one of my local stores. I misspoke. I found the supplier to a lot of my local stores for exotic woods like that. So I go down there, and if I spend about $100, I've actually saved money with the time, gas, and everything to go down there and grab what I need. For what everybody else increases the price to. If you want a real adventure, check out the first short I have on my channel. I don't know where I put it, but I had a resin bowl actually blow up on me. I mean, like I also did that last week. Instead of doing the eggs like Ben, I like that shape a little better. But where the heck did I get? That's gonna bother me now. When this is finally over, I'm gonna have to find it. Otherwise, it's just going to eat at me. More bushings over here too. I don't know. But I got a couple pieces of the bowl that blew up that I try to keep around just as a reminder, never get complacent or think you know everything. I'm going to have to find that now. It's going to bother me. Basically one. What I ended up doing was when I was turning it, I blew the bottom out, and what I did was got mad, took it off. What I should have done was finish shaping the inside and get it ready to buff, because then I just poured I sealed the bottom up and poured another layer of resin in there, and as I turned it on and got it up to speed, I heard a couple of cracks, which is where the short starts, because it actually happened on a live stream. And yeah, like I was afraid to touch this thing for about a week till I figured out what I did wrong, because I watched the whole clip on that live stream at least 100 times. It's one thing I like about recording stuff, because then if something goes wrong, I can look at it and figure out what I did wrong. But because I didn't get, when you take it off, put it back on, you'll never get it to balance the same way again. And I cranked the speed up too fast. But yeah, that's like, I'd rather be a foot deep and a mile wide in my knowledge base than have my knowledge be a foot wide and a mile deep. Like, yeah, you did this wrong, but this, and this would have prevented that. This is why we like I Have No Bloody Name, even though he likes to. Yeah, I was also a lot less experienced then. And I was working nights at the time. I was not thinking straight most of the time. It got bad for a while. Then maybe you can answer this though. Because my question is, and I've never been able to find the correct answer, and I must put my hand on that lathe. What is the correct angle to sharpen a skew at? I've got my opinion, but I'm always interested to know what other people think. Because I'm never sure if I'm actually right. Because this is the one tool that I'm a bit nervous with. Okay. I think I got mine set to 35 because it's the closest one I have that matches the original grind on it. I just, like I say, it's the one tool I have the least experience with, so I'm always curious. I tried a 45, but I hated the way it cut because I had nothing but problems with the 45. Like I was having to sharpen it like every 3 cuts. I could barely get a pen this size done without having to resharpen it. And I'm just like, this is ridiculous. So I dropped it to 35 and it seemed to be a lot better. Yeah. That's what I was always wondering is because they're always so loud for me. I thought I might be using them wrong. I don't believe I just caught that. Did you guys see that? I caught that bottle. Haha, you did. It was on camera. That's awesome. But yeah, because that's why I always appreciate people that don't judge. Because I'm just curious, and if I really don't know something, I will ask. Because I ain't afraid to have people tell me, "Hey, look, he's a dummy. He does this, but doesn't know what he's doing." Yeah. Well, I'm converting all of my roughing gouges to 35 anyway. That way that way everything just runs on one setting. I don't got to worry about, oh, did I forget to change this? And the only adjustments I got to make is for the ball gouges. Because those I do know 60. I've got a Wolverine sharpening system. And the I forget what they call the angle finders that I just filmed earlier. So, but yeah, I mean the setup I've got, it takes no time at all to swap it over. It's great. Yeah, these Raptor setup blocks. So I just. Can you guys see my? All right, let me pop this up a bit. There we go. Now you can actually see my grinder. But yeah, because this is set up for my spindle gouges, which I do run a 45 on. So yeah, that's all I do there. And if I need to adjust this, you just touch that onto there. Sorry, you touch this onto the wheel and then set that to where it should be. Okay. I have the 3 I use. Because yeah, then there's only 35. And then when I need to, if I need to adjust this in for 6, yeah, I just bring it back. Both ends touch, lock it in. And I put my bushings in the way, of course. But then I've got to stop on there, clamp that down, and then just pop that there, and she's at the right angle. I love the simplicity and the speed of it. I mean, that right there, I'm already back to 45. Yeah. Let's bring that back down. We don't need to judge me on the condition of my shop right now. Especially because I might be playing with a lot more fire this summer. I've heard those are really good. I have I've had a hard time finding it around me. And then the couple times I've seen them, it was like I don't have the 750 to get them, and to get them, I can't find them on Marketplace, and eBay wants like $1,000 for one. And I'm like, they're not worth $1,000. If I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna use my 1-inch belt sander and set the angle that way. I mean, that thing, it might be a cheap, or it might be a Harbor Freight special, but she pulls material like I couldn't believe. So I'm just hey. And I've been out here almost at least 3 days a week all winter. And when I'm paying to heat it, I don't like to. I hate sweeping and cleaning when I'm paying to heat, because I've got a little propane heater behind me, which is why I'm in a short sleeve shirt. But yeah, springtime's going to be great. Plus, I've got my late grandfather's wood shop that's ready to get pulled into here. So once I get everything reorganized and cleaned up, you're going to be getting a lot more stuff for in here and my basement shop. I just do more work out here than in my house to keep the mess down. Hey, don't ignore this. Please provide your feedback on your claims. Woohoo! Hopefully that means they got my card fixed. Oh no, I know exactly what the Robert Sorby sharpening system is. I mean, I'm a big fan of Rob Sorby. Most of my tools are from that company. I don't know what it is. I've gotten some expensive stuff, like this, I just forgot the name of the brand. This is a cryogenic bowl gouge. This is the only bowl gouge I like, more than that Rob Sorby. But for the cost of one of those, I can go out and grab 2.5 Rob Sorbys. So I'm like, is it really worth it, that kind of money for one? Because if you ever see me in production, I think I have 4 of this gouge. 4 or 6, but I'll go through, sharpen everything up, and then just set them on a table. When one gets dull, dump it in a bucket, grab the next one, and keep going. I don't mind resharpening a skew because it's quick, especially when it doesn't take much to get all the material off. Just because big man that always jump when I do that. Yeah, I like the feel of that one. Yeah. I mean, for me, if I didn't already have this bolted down, I'd bring it in a little bit closer. In all honesty, though, I think when I rearrange the shop, I'm going to bring my lathe back about 2 or 3 feet. I don't know, though, because, I mean, realistically, though, it's kind of nice because from turning to a lathe, I literally 2-step and I'm over there. So I like having stuff close but not right on top of me. Because then I also built a custom table over there just for when I'm working on the lathe, because I do so much here that it's great to have everything I need laid out. Once I'm done sanding this and getting finish on, I'll pan over there, just don't mind all the other junk. I've thought about getting something small like that just to be able to take the shows and then having like 20 or 30 pens that are pre-drilled and with everything tapped up, and then just let people, what do you want for the top? What do you want for the bottom? Grab that with a little generator. Or if I'm not doing pens, have a bunch of smaller top blanks. So I wouldn't want to use something this big, but I'd be willing to do something smaller. And then let the kids put their own color, design, or whatever they want on it. Then, as long as it's cool with the parents, then, let them come up. He's one of the guys that I watch on here that does shows and stuff for a living. He's got a really cool thing that he says he does whenever kids get too close while he's doing the initial turning. He'll stop it. He'll grab a little bit of sawdust in his hand, kind of like this, where you can't really see it. And ask him, hey, have you ever seen it snow in Texas? Or you ever see high fiber snow, something like that? Because with maple, he turns, it's white, and then he'll throw it at him, gets him to jump back, and then, okay, here we go, and get right back into it. Just an easy way without making people scared to back people up a little bit. I'm like, that's ingenious. That's also why I watch that guy a lot, because I want to rewatch his video on show setups, because I'm hoping to be able to pull off getting a better vehicle by the end of this year for my shows, so I don't have to keep loading up an SUV with 3 rows of seating, because it's a pain. Oh, I'm sure. I've heard those Wens are good. I also know a lot of people that talk trash about Wen, but I got a Wen planer right over there. I have no issue with them. But yeah. Let this thing dry off. Because if you don't know, or anybody watching later, if you don't understand why I'm actually spray these with water, it helps make all the little fibers stand up, and then when I sand them, it cuts them down. Then when I do it again, and as you do that over the last 3 grits, it'll actually, if the pen gets wet after that, it generally will not feel nasty. Otherwise, if you don't do this, those fibers stick up, and it goes from smooth to feeling absolutely horrible, like a fine grit sandpaper that you can feel the grit in. Yeah. At least you're having better luck than I've had with this thing. This Laguna. It was great for years, but it's starting to have some issues, and their customer service is a pain to deal with. Like, I'm actually looking at what it would take to replace it, because when she goes, I need something. Fortunately, I've been able to keep it up and running for a while. Don't get me wrong, if it did go down, I'd still try to fix it, but for a primary, I'd want something else. So I've heard Jet has really good customer service, and I mean, I got a bandsaw from them. My first lathe was a Jet 1015 direct drive. I thought about getting another one with the variable speed, because that's the biggest thing I like about this one, but I'm like, at this point, if I was to do that, why? I'd rather get something bigger. Never heard of Wood Fast, but I do love Raycon. I got Recon on the brain. All right. Let's get this damp. I don't think I've ever went through this much water on a live stream. This was at 40 ounces when I came out here, and I'm at just over 8. Can you tell I've got a lot done today? Gotcha. Yeah. Another one I've not heard of. Then again, it makes sense if it's only in Australia. But, nah. I really want to try a Record Power. One of the local stores near me just started getting their stuff in, and I've heard nothing but good about them for years. And I'm just like, yeah. If I could find the lathe model I want, because I want to be able to do, I think they call it outboard turning, where you can actually take the motor, turn it completely off, and then the banjo just flips around, locks down, and it'll still turn, but you can turn almost anything size-wise on the outside of it. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want to do something like 6 foot on a lathe that small, but I'd want something a heck of a lot bigger. But yeah, I'd like to be able to have the ability to. Like last year, I had somebody ask me, what's the biggest bowl I can make? And with this, with this one, I can turn up to a 16-inch diameter. They said, we want a 16-inch diameter bowl. I got it. It was so big, I couldn't even mount it to the lathe right to do the initial turning. It was great. Yeah, I wax all my pens. That's actually the primary finish I use too. It holds up surprisingly well. I had somebody tell me about it. I didn't believe, and so I did a few testers, and a year and a half later, they looked just as good, if not better than when I started. So I was like, okay. but yeah, we'll throw that on. I do need to get going myself here in a few as well. Throw that on. Throw that on. These are the credit card pens, by the way. Throw that on. I need a couple more bushings for that. Fortunately, I'm smart enough to stock up ahead of time. Oh, this doesn't say Shello X anymore. But yeah, you mean that stuff? I was never sure of the actual pronunciation, but yeah, that stuff's good. I just recently realized that's where my last tin of it got off to. Couldn't. Yep. Yeah, you can thank Ben's Works for introducing me to that one, because it's one of the few I can get that I could get for a while that wasn't that hard. But Yorkshire grit here in the States, we couldn't get for the longest time. That was ridiculous. But Easy Wood Tools actually, I think a year or two ago, got the import rights for it. So now they import it through Easy Wood Tools for us. I wanted a little more bite on the end, so I'm rearranging bushings. I like that a lot better. I actually, believe it or not, in Amish country, I can get the liquid version of it too. It's the only place I can get the liquid locally. I know it's an abrasive, not a finish. I didn't realize Shilowax was a finish. And if it's Shilowax, I'm sorry, but like I said, I don't know the correct pronunciation. I've heard both. But yeah, I didn't realize I could get two of these pens on one setup. These are gonna go quick. I'm just having fun. It is Shilowax. Okay. Like I say, I've heard both. While I do enjoy messing with people over pronunciation, I do like to know the right way too. There's a few people at fish stores that still hate my guts for that. This is called Vera wood, and this is acacia. Vera wood is one of the sweetest smelling woods I've ever worked with. And acacia is very, very, I'm not even sure. This is only like the third thing I've made with it. So I had a couple people asking about it last year. And I'm like, I don't understand how people make cutting boards with it. It's so soft. But I mean, Vera wood, it's one of my favorites. Let me get this one down to a bushing, and I'll grab a piece that's been sitting out. As it's sitting out after you're done working it gets this really cool greenish color to it. This is the side that's been sitting up in my shop for the longest. But some of them actually turn a lot greener than others, and it's an all natural thing. I did a pen where I challenged myself to not sand it before I finished it. That I also used Vera wood for, if you want to get another idea what it looks like. Yeah, like I say, I'm brand new to acacia, and I can't buy it in anything bigger than a pen blank where I'm at, because it's either way more money than I'm willing to spend, or just not available. That's getting obnoxious. Like I say, I don't know much about these. And this wood is super hard. You know what? Negative rake it is. I can already tell you that one's going to need done by sanding. Oh, broke it. Broke it. That looks terrible. That's why I don't like acacia. Throw 2 walnut on there. I know those will hold up. thought that was a peeling cut for the record. Unless I'm thinking of something else, because I can't stress it enough. Skews are the one thing I have zero confidence with. Every time I think I know what I'm doing, something else goes wrong. What the heck is slicing? And if it's too long to explain, I will find out. So no worries if it's too much. Then I know why it's not working. It's getting out here and it's starting to bounce too much. That's why I'm having to go really gentle on the outer two. Always try Big Bertha. Ah. Yeah. On the next one. Shoot, I didn't realize it was after 6. Sorry, and got it. Makes sense. Thank you. I'm surprised it's the only one I've done on the whole stream. I'm actually mildly allergic to walnut, so it's the only walnut blank I've done today. Don't tell anybody, but I should have my respirator on, but I haven't put it on yet. I was too excited to get started, and it's just now hitting me that I forgot it. The worst part is, it's only 2 steps out of the way, and I've never even thought about it or saw it until right after I sneezed. $600, $800. Aren't they great? I just get tired of how much the filters cost. I've got the original filters with it, and they're just about shot. And I'm like, holy cow, I don't have $60 to replace them. Other than that, I love that thing. I mean, heck, I've got an extra battery for putting on there somewhere. I don't know where it got up to. Oh, the charger got knocked out. Might have fell out somewhere over there. Oh, well. I'll find it, because if it stays, it keeps getting warmer like it is here. Gotta believe I want to get out here and get some, at least some light cleanup done. Yeah, man, have fun. Just know I'm going to be using my Shello X to finish these just because you were in the stream. Have a good one, man. I was going to say, don't tell me this thing's brand new, too. Yeah. I'm kind of excited to see if the family that's going to visit Australia starts talking like Aussies when they come back. I think they said they're going for 2 weeks. They're going to Australia and I think it was New Zealand. Definitely a little jealous. I know I follow a lot of people down in that area, and I'd love a chance to actually meet them and just say, "Hey, how you doing? I'm the crazy dude from YouTube, or the other crazy guy from YouTube." All right. I gotta get going anyway because I just got a text from a girl and she's like, "I'm hungry," and I'm like, "Shoot!" So, all right, folks. With that, I will say, swap these out real quick so I don't have to do that first thing tomorrow, and then I think I'm calling it. Don't have too much fun without me. Although if you want to bug me later, I'll probably be in the live stream that Kyle Hill's doing. He's finally bringing his gaming channel back tonight, I think I saw, and if he is, I'm probably going to be in there for a bit. Put that on. Pop our Paducah on. Smack it in. Some of these have a little bit of glue left in them, so they don't want to go in or sawdust from the squaring off of the ends. But yeah, so with that, I will say cat in the hat, and that be that. See y'all later, folks. Be safe and have fun.